Are you awake now, game? Ding dong? Wait, don't reset that. Ah, there's the broadcast. There we are. So now everything should be good. And I think the chat now works on YouTube. But yeah, Settler, I am pretty excited to dive back into Vintage Story at some point in the near future. We have a couple of games in the interim, sadly. Well, not sadly. I mean, we got Valheim 1.0 coming up. That's going to be pretty crazy. Oh, God, no. Help. Free our people. Valheim 1.0. I want to get back into Cabinet of Industry. We've got Pal World 1.0. I'm pretty sure we're going to be playing Pal World 1.0. Hey, Moonpie, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. That means a lot. So yeah, we got Valheim, Cabinet of Industry. We're going to play some more Oni, obviously. I'm going to be... Yeah, I mean, we're kind of hitting the the maintenance mode of Oni at the moment until we have like big projects coming. But until then, we're sort of just kind of like watching stuff get warm, as it were. But yeah, Vintage Story I'm looking forward to diving back into, especially after like the next big update. It's all hot in here, but it's not hot enough. How much steam is it? 150 kilograms. Well, that's enough. That's enough. We're just not cooling down any of this sulfur. No, sorry. We're cooling it down too much? Oh yeah, we're cooling it down way too much. Let's call this 20. This is getting warm, which is good. Hey, I fixed it. I solved it. I solved the problem. Let's go. If you guys have the bandwidth, or you guys like, you know, whatever. I don't know. I prefer stuff on Twitch generally. But watch time on YouTube is pretty helpful for a number of reasons. I just like the social features that they give us on Twitch. Hey, RC, thanks so much for the Prime sub. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, exactly. My surprise is palpable. Thank you for the Prime. And if anybody else has Amazon Prime, you know, for free shipping and some pretty dang cool television shows. Exactly, I was just about to say, and you don't want Jeff Bezos to sneak into your house and tickle your toes because you've given him free money. So that's kind of probably what he's into. You can also drop your Prime sub here. You can't use that on YouTube. The bot doesn't see YouTube the same way. It's just like, what's going on? I probably need to like make all that stuff for YouTube, but thank you so much, RC. I appreciate that. That means a ton. You started a space program, you can spare a few bucks. Yeah, I know, right? It's like you can only make so many phallic rockets before you decide. All right, these internet gaming nerds can have like $3. At a certain point. At a certain point, you know? So Moonpie, are you a big Oni enjoyer? Hey, Hailstorm. How you doing, bud? We were just talking about Captain of Industry, getting back to Captain of Industry, actually. I'm pretty sure that's where you joined us, right, Hailstorm? Am I mistaken? It was Captain of Industry? First time you hopped in? You were playing that game? Sometimes I have a poor memory.
All aboard! The train is here! It's
Yeah,
the
man,
train.
that's what I thought.
Get on board!
So many new people I can't keep track. While I agree with that, my memory is so decent. No idea what the game even is. I just tripped over this and remembered you from Eve. Oh shit! Moonpie, I remember now. We were actually just talking about Eve earlier today. Oh my god, that's a million years ago. Was that No Holes Barred? That was No Holes Barred, right? You were one of my literally one of my like 35th not subscribers, followers on Exceed on. It was one of like when I started streaming like for real. I had the same account and I started a year and a half ago, and I had 37 followers from from when I was streaming EVE Online very briefly. And you must have been one of them. I knew your name sounded familiar, but it said you were a first-time chatter, so I was like, and now I remember. So now we're up to, you know, almost 1,100 followers, and been streaming for about a year and a half, playing like all manner of games. That's super cool. That's super cool. Since then, I melted Mirrodin. Basically I melted Mirrodin. I still have the character, but I unplugged all of his skills and made sure that I wasn't going back. I basically gray marketed all of his skills. But I still have Mirrodin. Yeah, been about 3 months since we played Cabinet of Industry, so checks out. But yeah, since then, Moonpie, I have basically since we played Eve together, right? I have gotten married. I've moved to Japan about a decade ago. I've been living in Tokyo for about a decade. I've been streaming for like 2 years. I, ran my own business before I moved out here, all that stuff. So it's a crazy, crazy world. Yeah. It's pretty good. God, that's so funny because at the beginning of the stream, Nobu was talking about he was just checking out EVE Online, and I was like, it's probably one of my best gaming experiences I've ever had in my life, but I don't generally recommend it. I ran into someone I deployed with on Reddit the other day. It's such a small world, man. Sometimes it's just so crazy. I think I've told this story before, but I was walking home from playing Magic on my like 6th month here in Japan. It was like 9.5 years ago. And I was at the shop playing Magic, and I played until like 4 p.m. And then I was walking down the side alley to get to my house in Shinjuku. And walking down the alley, I heard, you guys all know my real name, but it's, I heard like, Mitchell? Like Neon? Like, wait, huh? And I turn around and it's a guy I'd met like 8 years before at a dance event in North Carolina, and I hadn't seen since then. And he was just called out my name, and I was like, what? I was like, what are you doing here? He's like, I've been visiting Japan for like 6 days, and I was just wandering around Shinjuku. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Eve was a blast, but I hit a wall where it wasn't interesting. Yeah, pretty much the same. I think we all kind of were. I think most of the old crew. I mean, it's still a great game. That's the thing, right? But when you play a game for like 20,000 hours, you start to like maybe like dial it back just a teeny tiny bit, right? So. Hell yeah. Not that a Prime sub is not hype, but like, I played. All right, no, but to give you an idea, I played EVE Online from 2004 until 2020. Yeah. I did 2004. Like, I was there when the game was like in early access. It was technically in beta, like a little bit before it had released fully. And then my character's birth date is in 2004. But I stopped a lot earlier, obviously. Use the blueprint. Some wood. You give me hours and see. Honestly, real talk, Hailstorm. I kind of want to. This game. Okay, so for me, there's usually like gateway games that like connect the dots to other games, and Captain of Industry I really was enjoying, but then Road to Vostok grabbed onto the receptors in my brain and wouldn't let go. So I played Road to Vostok for a couple of weeks, and then from there we went on to I think we bounced games for like a week or two, like trying to find the dopamine, and stumbled across getting back into Oni, this one, which I really enjoy this game. I don't know where to point anymore because my camera's in a different place. We got back into Oni, and then Oni has me wanting to play Stationeers again because like you're like boiling off various liquids and solids because why not? But then on top of that, I recently picked up Out of Ore, courtesy of Something Barbaric playing it, and Out of Ore has me wanting to do the terraforming in Captain of Industry again. So it's all a weird cyclical route for me. Yeah. Why are you here? No, get out of... Be gone, foul beast. You're gonna eat all my stuff. Alright, so we have a bunch of like liquid sulfur, which is like not ideal. The steam is not hot enough. How is the steam not hot enough? Interesting when skills are attainable. I maxed every ship of Battles Blast with jump freighters, and I can fly every carrier in Dread with level 4s. So skills now take long to complete. I just stopped caring. Well, I mean, you remember how I played. I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you remember how I played. But I only flew Galente. That's all I flew was Galente. So I was maxed out on Galente. I had Titans maxed out. It was like 15 years. There was a point at which like I couldn't get more skills. I was like learning missile skills for no reason. People were like, you need to learn other races, and I was like, I do not. How's the weather in Tokyo? Hot enough for you? This is the coldest it's been since I've been here this time of year in the last 10 years. It has not breached 30 Celsius, which is ridiculous. It's like reverse global warming. I don't know how to deal with it. It is usually, I'm usually on fire right now. I like going outside is basically walking into soup. Every this time of year, every year, since I moved here to like 2017 or whatever it was, 2000, late 2016, early 2017 was it's every single, June, July has been incredibly like broaching like 32, 33 Celsius. But this year it's been nice. I mean, I say that because it's been interesting. It like, what's the best way to put it? The weather's been nicer than expected, but like we got 2 typhoons hitting us at the same exact time, and we had like 3 like big earthquakes last week. It was kind of crazy. In the Toronto area, it's 33°C with the humidex. It feels like 44. Yeesh. Yeah, we had two typhoons hit at the exact same time. They like converged and hit Tokyo at the exact same moment. It was pretty funny. Basically, we like in Fahrenheit. So basically, we got to like 29.5 degrees Celsius. It went like 29.5, and then the typhoons hit, and it went like 22. we lost like 8 degrees Celsius. We basically lost like 20 degrees Fahrenheit in a day, and then it's kind of like resurfaced. 80 to 90 for a couple days, and like 60 to 70. I mean, normally when it's August here, I'm like so excited to leave if I have a chance to, and I haven't for the last like 4 years. This year, I'm gonna spend 2 weeks in the U.S. at the beginning of August. It's going up to like 32 to 34, but it feels like it's 100. It just feels like boiling. 91.5 Fahrenheit today, 111 for those who speak foolish degrees. Free. Well, okay. I'm not gonna lie. Look, I've been here for, okay. All right. Okay. I have been here for 10 years. Right? I've been in Japan for 10 years. I am Godzilla inbound. Probably. That's probably what the 3 earthquakes were, right? If you guys were watching stream last week, you probably heard the earthquake warning when it went off. My phone was like blaring at me while I was like mid-stream. But yeah, we had, I think Fahrenheit's better for human comfort. Celsius is better for everything except for human comfort. This is all liquid. Oh shit. This is bad because this is very bad. Hold on. How do I solve this problem without? No, I can't cool it down right there. Oh, shit. How do I do this? It was very surprising. It was just like very heavy rain. We didn't get like bad. The second year I was here, third year I was here, was the only year where we've ever had to like tape up our windows for fear that our windows might break. I think foolish degrees also is 7/8 of any measurement. It's 14/16. All right, I don't. Now this would be a problem if this sulfur bursts into. All right, whatever. I'm plugging this in here. Give me more water. I gotta turn this sulfur into solid sulfur. And we need to get more steam going here. Base 10 base measurements all the way. Like I said, for everything besides human comfort, metric is far superior. But as far as human comfort goes, Fahrenheit is the best way to talk about weather or temperature. Boiling water at 212 degrees? No, idiotic. But when I feel like it's like 70 or 60 out, like that makes more sense to me. It's ideal in every way. Steam. Okay, we're getting a lot more steam. Yeah, that's the idea generally. But you know, it is what it is. Sulfur. Am I like over pressurizing this with steam? I don't think I am. I just need the steam to be hot enough. And it just ain't. Alright, so the water is now outpaced the sulfur. I can't see it. I saw someone write about C versus F, and they said F is superior because when they ask what the temperature is, they're asking for themselves, and they don't care how water feels about it. Here's my explanation behind it, right? If you think of generally humans are very bad at conceptualizing either very, very small or very, very large increment numbers. So when you tell somebody like a million minutes is like 50 years or whatever, and a billion minutes is like 1,000 years, like people have a hard time like wrapping their heads around that. The same goes for like the difference between like, can you like, I don't like the idea that in Celsius 25.1 and 25.8 feel a lot different. That bothers me. But if I think of like, Fahrenheit as a percentage scale of 0 to 100, and we generally as humans run hot, 90 something degrees, 98.5 degrees internally, then you think on like the higher end of average is where most people feel comfortable, between 60 and 70%. 100 is too hot for most people, and 0 is unbelievably cold for most people. And you start to feel really freezing ass cold right around 30 to 40 degrees. So that like central upper band of averageness, which is room temperature, feels normal from a percentage output in my head. That's how I think about it. Anybody pick up anything good from the Steam summer sales? I picked up Out of War, a couple of games for the wife, and what else? Out of War, a few games for the wife. Because her wish list is full of like really inexpensive indie games. Oh, I might have overfilled this with water. I should have had this passing over the sulfur vent. Oh, when this erupts again, it might be better, actually. This is fine. Need to boil off all this water. We're in a vacuum again. Ay, ay, ay. If I snap off this and I build here... Alright, the water's getting hotter. This is clearly not the way you're supposed to tame a liquid sulfur geyser. I'll tell you that much. I copied basically like a simplified version of of a volcano tamer. Oh, these are also in really bad shape. How much steel do we have? 30 tons. Oh. I'm getting Dead Space, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I'm waiting for the trilogy to hit before I whatever you do not get Tarkov. For the love of all that is holy, save yourself. Don't do that. That's a horrible idea. Binding of Isaac is $1.50, well worth. Rain World, I haven't played, but I've heard good things. Power World before 1.0 comes out. I'll tell you this much about Power World. We're going to be playing Power World because I am a Pocket Pair partner streamer. We're going to be playing Power World when 1.0 comes out, and I think I'm going to have like 4 to 8 copies of the game to give away. So I'm not saying that you're going to get a copy, but I'm just saying, like, if you're kind of on the fence and you want to watch it played a little bit when 1.0 drops, I've got like a bunch of copies to give away. So cheap, I don't mind getting it. Hell yeah. It's kind of like, I mean, it's just Pokemon Valheim. I guess it's more like Pokemon Enshrouded. It's just it's a survival crafter with like really defined missions and things to do. You can see some real gameplay. It's pretty fun. I want to give it a little more. A hatchling. Wait. There are bosses. Yeah, there are definitely bosses. Similar to Valheim or Enshrouded or something like that. Valheim's a little more open-ended. Are you really? Well, I have 6,000 hours in Tarkov, so I can tell you with experience that is just save yourself. Just don't let it happen to you too. Yeah, I've literally 6,100 hours in Tarkov or something like that. It's the second most played game I have behind EVE Online. Pokemon minus the no Pokemon were harmed disclaimer. Oh yeah, I mean, no, I'm probably gonna play it again when the new season drops, Nobu. I just never recommend, like, I don't, one, I don't want the dev to get any more money. Two, just if you didn't like Rust, you probably won't like Tarkov. I know, but it's like $50 still, or whatever it is. And even then, here's what I can tell you. A standard account makes the grind brutal. So if you get the base level version of the game, the grind is dog shit. It's rough. It's really rough. The escape version, like, do you like extraction shooters? I guess that's really what it boils down to, because Tarkov is the de facto extraction shooter, right? I like grinding. Exactly. I like grinding in games. And I played Tarkov on Standard Edition, my first wipe for the game. And I was like, this is brutal, man. But I was playing enough. I played like 200 hours in a single month. To where I got the Edge of Darkness edition. Which doesn't exist anymore. Because the devs are a bunch of twats. I actually don't know which version that is. Step down from Unheard. Definitely don't buy Unheard. 13,000 yen? That's like what? 80 something dollars? Wait, no. Remove from my account. Like $80 dollarinos? I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't I wouldn't pay for that. Honestly, if anything, your best bet, because you can upgrade kind of like, the upgrades are kind of built in. Would you pay 37 for the hours I put into it? Yes, I probably would. But you gotta like really like extraction games. And here's what I can tell you. Tarkov does not hold your hand. And I mean that in the most extreme way you can possibly think about it. You will load into a game, not know what's going on, get shot, load into a game, not know what's going on, get shot, load into a game, and rinse repeat until you're out of stuff. And I can't stress this enough, playing with friends, while more fun, makes the game harder. Like, a lot harder. And more emotionally traumatizing. Nothing feels worse, absolutely nothing feels worse than to be in a Discord call with your friends and you are like trying to locate where someone is and you pop your buddy. And we're all adults, so like your instinct is just to be like, no, it's fine, it just happens. But you just can't, like, it still sucks. It still sucks a lot. So I don't know what to tell you. But I don't know, man. Like, you got to be really in the mood to play Tarkov. I don't know. Yeah, you just really got to like the, you know, the military pseudo-realism, kind of. You gotta like the gun porn, you gotta like the, you know, all that stuff. There's some, the game is certainly something special, but I know a lot of people who buy the game and they regret buying it. I am someone who gets weirdly addicted to stupid games. Well, my friend who play a lot never used the AK-74 platform. The AK-74 is probably one of the worst. Well, not one of the worst. It's just it's a pretty bad platform generally in the game. Helldivers 2 is a lot of fun, yeah. The ammo's bad. In Tarkov, so in Tarkov, it's very counterintuitive if you're used to other shooters, where like the gun dictates... Well, like the gun dictates the damage and the, you know, usability. In Tarkov, the gun is irrelevant. The ammo is what matters. So the accessibility of high penetration ammo... The accessibility of high penetration ammo and of the specific caliber is what designates if a gun is usable or good. It has nothing to do with the actual gun or the platform. So 5.45 ammo in Tarkov, generally, not great. Wait, I actually want to leave those there. It's fun because team killing is expected and hilarious because the weapons and the airstrikes are so ridiculous. I agree, yeah, I agree. Yeah, is there a platform that is just as good as the AR? What the hell just happened? Oh, I guess that's fine. We're gonna open that. That'll bleed over. That's all, that's fine. Do you mean like assault rifles specifically, or like the AR-15 platform, like the M4s and the HKs and stuff? Yeah, no, every time I played Helldivers, I've had like a hoot and a holler of a time. Moon Pie, 100%. The AR platform? Yeah, there are other guns, but you got to be good at the game to use them. Well, to be fair, when you're new to the game, you will find yourself using AKs all the time. Very readily accessible, but when you are more experienced, you shy away from them because the ammo's not very good and it's harder to find better ammo for it. Do we have an elderly one in here somewhere? Do we have an old one? Yes. Let's put him down. Not the liquefiables. Clothing. Eggs. Well, not eggs. Sublimator? Yeah, sure, why not? Atmosphere. Wait, what? Oh, there's water on the... Oh my god. Oh my god. There's so much water. Let's mesh tile that real quick. Hey, it was good to see you, Moon Pie. Hope I'll see you again. Have an absolutely killer rest of your day. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks again for the Prime sub too, man. Give me all of Jeff's money. Appreciate that. Have a good one, man. Alright, sweep all of this up, you losers. Right, that should all be like sublimating into the vacuum of space. But I mean, yeah, so Nobu, in Tarkov there's like what, 200 and something different guns you can use? They're still doing their thing. It would be neat to use the AK platform because my friends are all using the ARs. Well, I mean, the glory, you know, the power, the fun of Tarkov is like, no matter what you use, you can be successful. Like, you can kill the best geared person with a well-placed headshot. With like a junky ass pistol. But no, there's a couple of AK platforms that are actually like AK platformed weapons that are using the right ammo. They're just running icebreaker 50 times. Oh, boring. Boring. Like no fun that comes from just grinding for money, in my experience. I don't like doing that. That's just running icebreaker a bunch is like, what's even the point? So once this gets carbon dioxide, gotta out. Should dump everything. I'm just like double checking. So duplicants, when they walk around, they breathe in oxygen and they exhale out. Oh, that's not good. And they exhale carbon dioxide. So I have a system in my base where the bottom of the base is all like mesh tiles. So when they exhale, you can actually look at, if you look at the gas layout, where is it? Right here. Each of these little red dots is like a breath that the dupes are doing. They're like breathing out carbon dioxide, and you can watch it. We slow down the game a little bit. You can watch it sink down because carbon dioxide is heavier than air, than oxygen. So it sinks. So what I do is I have this like capture in the bottom of the base. And when there's enough carbon dioxide down here, it shoves up the oxygen. Triggers both of these sensors when it's at a certain level. When both of these sensors get hit, it fires a green signal here, which turns on these like carbon scrubbers. And for about 2 minutes, it will just, you'll see all this red here. It will dump all of this out into the unbreathable like industry space. And that's how I do like the base is like a contained space for, you know, where my people can breathe. And because like they sleep, go to the bathroom and eat all in here. When they leave to do any work, they have to put on a spacesuit basically. So everything else they're like sheltered from. Yeah, exactly. So you'll see this blue is like breathable air. You'll notice like some of it leaks out, but this is like space is all red, and like this is all unbreathable, but they're in spacesuits out here. I cannot get this to work. What happened to all the snail goo? It may or may not still be a mountain. It's lower down, to be fair, but we abandoned the old base because of the horrible thing that happened. So we moved ship to the other base. The other thing. Oh, I didn't do anything to make it better. I did frick all to make it better. A big bubble of steam exploded and killed like 4 of our duplicants. So in a panic, we escaped and ran to the second asteroid, and we've been living here ever since. There's got to be a reason why this is like not cooling down enough. Does steam originate from? So there are these things in the world that you can unearth called fossils. You can find like fossils, or you can find, you know, different types of fossils, and different things can be, you know, what they are, right? Like polluted oxygen vent, or you just find things in the world. There's kind of like story elements to the game. Biobot builder, all this jazz. And what I'd found was the fossil down here, it's usually surrounded in magma, but when I swam down here and opened it up, it cracked open a little pocket here where the magma started boiling off water, and it just built up a tile of steam here, way larger than anything else I've ever seen. Broke this, a naturally occurring abyssalite, which is supposed to be like a nearly indestructible perfect insulator tile, but it had enough steam to break abyssalite, fire the bubble up, and explode out here and kill all the dupes. Were you able to clone your replicants and bring them back? No, I ran them to the teleporter and rapidly teleported everybody over here and started building a new base, abandoning the old base. Oh yeah. So now we're kind of like setting up shop while we start prepping more exploration type things. So can I change a module? We could get a cargo module that'll allow us to grab some of those things. Oxidizer tank is not what we want. Research module. Solar panel could be useful, but not in the way we would hope. Oh yeah, it's gone. I mean, the base, that area is still way overheated, but man. I really don't want to crack this open to fix it, but oh boy, was this a bad call. A bad way to build that. Yeah. Your duplicates get really uncomfortable and unlivable when the heat gets too crazy. Like you'll notice I've got this like green kind of central area. This is like livable heat in the various temperatures. Zero, absolute zero, cold, chilled, temperate, warm, hot. So we've got like a really temperate temperature inside the base because we actually have like a cooling system running this water in here over pipes that radiate the heat out. So oh, way too hot. Way too hot. So you look like everything here is in orange, and you know, if we had any like the snails, if we had the snails still, they would be having some temperature problems maybe, and then any food that we were growing we would have problems with. So this is all like way too hot. But that was like 400 cycles ago. No, the steam exploded out, and then now the temperature is just sitting there. Not much I can do about it. Sadly. Kinda goofed by disturbing the like a little bit. We goofed it a little bit. The idea really is that I don't know. I couldn't really tell you honestly. It probably shouldn't have built up that much steam in one tile for that long, but it was just a really unlucky set of circumstances, honestly. Building up some ethanol. We got the second spigot pop, which is nice. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. When we watched it happen, like live on stream, I was like, Jesus Christ, what is going on? Kill this thing. So now, if we look at the star map, unidentified object. What do you mean unidentified object? Welcome back. Copper meteor shower. Okay, so copper meteor shower is inbound. Kind of fine, I guess. So I could put a drill cone on this thing. Could I? Hold on. Can I? Change module. Basic nose cones, space fare cone, steam engine, robopilot module. Do I have a lab somewhere? Research. Botanical analyzer. Petroleum engine, mission control system, biodiesel engine. More petroleum engine. Wait, small petroleum. Drill cone. This is what I wanted. 250. God damn. Use Keymailer. I do use Keymailer. Yeah, Keymailer and Lurkit are the two that I use. Good God. Targeting beacon. Interplanetary launcher. How often do you get spammy looking games? Maybe like 3 or 4 a month. I will only play games that look interesting to me. Even if they're like not spamming, they look fine. I will only play a game that's like I'm sponsored to play if the game looks is something I would already have been interested in playing. So that like hurts my metrics on Keymailer or whatever, but I don't really care. I don't really have any more stuff to do. What are you? Hungry? Okay. It's still, this one's like low temp. Why is it low? Oh, it's getting higher. How is it? Excuse me? These are coming in at 4 degrees and then wait, how cold is this whole area? -5, -5, -4, -5. It's getting the hydrogen it needs to run. Oops. Sorry, this is coming in at that might save me a couple of degrees. I got 2 that look like ports of mobile games. That happens occasionally, yeah. But I mean, I've played games that are ports of mobile games that have ended up being quite pleasant. Alright, so I've got to find the delta between these two temperatures because the input temperature is like 32 degrees. So I need to cool this water down, but not at like too much. Lead. I have a couple of... Oh man, okay, hold on. If I run that temperature, oh man, I don't want to do this. How do I want to do this? So I need to make sure that this is getting enough temp. Let's wrangle and relocate over to here. Am I going to be getting lower temperatures here? Negative 4.5? This is all hydrogen, right? Fully hydrogen. Hmm. Allows for a more smooth transition of temps. Wait, is it because... Hold on, what's the cooling? Temperature, decor, hydrogen gas. The thermo nullifier... Using the hydrogen and deleting 80,000 kilodTUs of heat. Cancel that. Is it kilodTUs? DTU is a measurement of heat. DTUs. TU. Wonder if it tells you. It doesn't. I wonder if I could... Okay, so hold on. Right now, the temperature goes from negative 0.4 to 4.3. The temperature outside of it is negative 4.7. How much colder? How much colder can we make this? All right, in at 1, out at negative 2.5. Teal bar below your little guy. The teal bar. Oh, that's their air, their oxygen. Yeah. I think I need to put more. Put more in. Liquid. So I can't do... Maybe the problem is that I'm using oil here. Oil is good for high temperatures, but it doesn't actually absorb a lot of energy. All it is like a really stable coolant loop option that doesn't freeze. But realistically, I could use polluted water as a better option, but that can freeze. And because it's a closed non-powered loop, it has the chance of like over freezing itself. Oh, did I mess this up? I think I did. I did. So I need to add more crude oil to the line. Somebody will be up here with some in a bit, because I am. There we go. That gap you see, that gap in the cooling line, I'm trying to fill that. So it's like constantly flowing. Because right now, this is down to, this is like way worse temperature. And I hacked it up. Oops. Empty pipe, 9. I could try and make super coolant. I think I would need to start making petroleum first, though. Right? What does super coolant require? Super coolant is made via the emulsifier. I need petroleum, gold, and fullerene. Oh, I have no way of making gold. Electrum into gold, gold amalgam. I have no way to get gold. Oops. Right, that should now keep everything moving. There we go. So now it's in it. Alright, that's gonna take some time to equalize. It pulled 17 entire degrees off of that cobalt, that crude oil, so can't really complain too bad. Now 3 of these are too hot, but it's fine. That'll get better. Legal blueprints, pemmican. And I'm gonna do consumables, and I'm gonna say nobody's allowed to eat pemmican. I can find the damn stuff. Alright, nobody can consume the pemmican. Alright, is the temperature getting better on this thing? 5.5? Slightly. It is improving, although not as much as I would like. But all the other sleep wheat is still growing, so I'm not really too beat up about anything. Alright, we have we have 5 tons of lime, 85 tons of mud, some oxalite, polluted dirt we're getting low on, polluted mud. That's all kind of like automated with our ore hulls, which is nice. We gotta put fresh water in here. Fertilization. Man, I need more of this. Goddamn sulfur. There's like 15 tons of sulfur in here. Wait, how? 43 degrees is not the temperature I want any of this to be at, so we're going to set this to, you know, actually, what's one way to do this and not like mess everything up that's already built here? So I'm trying to extract the temperature from the sulfur, but it's not high enough temperature to trigger steam to happen, which is a problem. I want there to be more steam, more heat, but there's not enough heat. I need to leave this whole ass asteroid again, but I can't teleport like I did before. I can fly, but only like one person at a time. And then I don't have a way to like escape them if necessary. Well, no, the problem is like we have no, this is great for oil. Like we have a bunch of like little oil wells. So we can make oil and petroleum and all that jazz. We have no way realistically of getting gold, which we need to make supercoolant, apparently. We have no gold, no electrum. It's kinda tricky. And last time we had the benefit, we had like the good benefit of setting up hey, rerun, don't forget to pay those flood insurance premiums. No, I won't. You can't make me. How you doing today, rerun? How'd your weekend treat you? Like, one option I have is I can put somebody in... Well, no. This all works, right? This is all exactly what I want it to be. Empty pipe. Unreachable build. What? Oh, because this is in the way. And this is in the way. Once they build those other two pipes, like so, we should have a good flow of water that fills these up, which will keep our Toilet running? New blueprints. Been missing out on blueprints, man. Eggplant gloves. My word. Alright, is this not happening the way I think it will? No, that's supposed to be... Oh my god, did I do it the wrong order? I'll bet you I did. I certainly did. Actually, no, I do want that. And then we want to 9 this. And then we want to duplicate that. And then there we go, water. And that'll keep the toilet running, at least for a while. We can fill up the refrigerator to have somebody have food. We can send... We could send, tungsten, yeah. So here's my thoughts, right? If I fill this up with a little bit of steel, a little bit of plastic, a little bit of other, you know, readily prepared metals, some food, and enough oxygen to get started. I don't even have an asteroid I can go to, do I? I do not. So, can you expand by... Hold on. Okay. Reveals visible planets in space and produces databanks in comfort. Assign duplicates... Excellent sun protection, partial radiation, blah, blah, blah. Building must be exposed to space. Easier to focus on the work when shielded. Lines building, databanks. Orbital data. Oh, wait. You can put a telescope in... the ship, can't you? Am I missing something? Hold on. Nope. All right, in rocketry, what do we got? Payload opener, meteor blaster. Nothing there. What about on the ship build? Change module. Robo pilot module. Orbital cargo. Rovers module. Trailblazer. Enables travel to planetoids that do not yet have a rocket platform. Can hold one duplicate traveler. Oh, I would have to take 2 dupes. I would need a pilot and somebody in the Trailblazer module. How does this work? How does the Trailblazer module work? Trailblazer. Deployment is available. Must be in the rocket platform. So if I want to find other places on the star map to go to like visit, right? It's probably going to be like that and that and that potentially. So I need to send... Can I select destination? If I... Oh, wait. Cannot travel to analyze. Space can be analyzed with a telescope or cartographic module. Do I not have the research for that? Is that what it is? Ah, this bad boy right here. Okay. Automation broadcaster. So this is how I could examine. So I need, what's the radiation looking like? Could collect radiation from space. Put radiation stuff here. So if we build... Can't do this. And that. Okay, we're gonna try and build like a little... Well, hold on. I can't... If I get the rad generators in space firing down, right? I could put it like right here actually, because those are open most of the time, and they would protect them. 187 rads. If I put like a collector right here, fire the rads like this way, could put someone, but it wouldn't be a... Okay. I think I got the right idea of it. Hold on. We'll do it like... that. Because the idea is we're going to run a... collector that goes right here. Go radiation, rad bolt generator. We want it to be right here. And of course, did it the wrong direction. So if we say, then we go rad bolt joint plate. And we go... Where's the... Okay, stations... Wait, which stuff is this? All right, so the terminal will be right there, which means the tile, cancel the build on the tile. We build a joint rad plate thingy. This is the problem. Yep. Radiation, joint plate, joint rad plate like so. And that'll fire down into the thing. We're good. This is a bit of an issue because if the dupes are ever running to go into the telescope from the right, they have a chance to get hit by a radioactive bolt, which is not ideal. So I'm just gonna like, let's just not let him go in that direction. It's probably the way to go. Alright, we're good. Let's all come together. We could actually build the I can't do that. This is gonna be a weird room, but it is what it is. Stations, we're gonna go virtual planetarium and geotuner? No, I can't do geotuner. Damn it. Go like a regular research station. There we go. Hopefully that works. Hopefully that does everything we want it to do. And then I need to make another lab somewhere. But where? Probably not in the range of stupid explodey things. Meteor showers. That's what I meant to say. I was like mostly there. What's the size of a lab? Laboratory. Minimum 32. That's plenty. Stations. Geotuner. Supercomputer. Go with furniture and throw a light right there and right there. Let's do the same up here. Oh, just immediately diving into the work. I like it. Is that, hold on, is that snow like liquefying and then the vacuum of space is absorbing it? Because if so, thumbs up. I think that's what's happening. If I put a back wall on here, right, and we say give it a nice new pattern that we just got. unreachable build. I don't know if it makes the stuff run hotter. I don't know if the geotuner makes the things operate in a more shenanigansy way, but a man can dream. Do we have a way to get water, like regular old water? I guess we're just sweeping it. You'll shenan my gans? Buy a guy dinner first. I'll scallion your wraps. How's it going, Barb? Best I can do is a bowl of popcorn. I mean, you're basically right in line with what my wife gives me for snacks at night. So honestly, you know, you're not too far off the accepted practice. How you doing today, bud? Stations, material research. Right there. Maybe like not mess this up. Do that. Or I guess we could just do that. Save ourselves one extra thing. She's going pretty good. In an effort to not just stay up, not just like sleep through the start time of my stream, I decided to start like 6 hours early, 5 hours early. So I've been on since I want to say like 5 a.m. my time, 6 a.m. my time, and it is currently 10:30. So we're on a fair bit earlier than usual, and we are finally running our. Been running the we're using today as like a testing bed for our what? For our what? YouTube stream. So our time is starting. Yeah. I mean, like, it's either that or I just like get too tired and I don't go live. Okay, now I just have a bunch of liquid sulfur and a bunch of like way too cold steam. Oh, maybe the sulfur will warm the steam up. Hold on. Wait, what's the boil? What's the evaporation point of sulfur? Oh, 337. Oh, we have so much room. Wait a second. I think we have like, what is it, like 4 degrees we can get this down to? Oh, this liquid sulfur can hold plenty of heat. I thought I was worried that was gonna like take over the steam, but nuh-uh. As long as I warm this shit up, we're golden. Yeah, the start time is a little weird for me, I'll admit. To be fair, for the last like 2 months, I've been kind of trying to think of a way to do an earlier start time so that I cover more of the 2 different time zones. Because right now, a big chunk of my stream is like right in like the dead zone of time. It's kind of a bummer. Alright, that is body temperature. How hot are you? 5.4, so it's down by 0.01. Left my chemistry degree in my other pants. That, like, things like that are the reason why playing this is feeling like a gateway to wanting to play Stationeers, right? Is like those kinds of, you know, phase changing things. It comes out at 165, it hits and immediately cools down to 125, but then the steam that's touching it is up to 121. So I basically need the sulfur to warm up the steam enough so that the steam is processed, and then it starts a cycle, and then the sulfur cools itself down in big chunks. Because like as of right now, it's just outputting like sulfur that's slightly, oh. Well, but, okay. I am cooling. All right, here's the deal. Check this out. This is going to be crazy. You guys are going to love this. I have a very intricate system that what it does is it takes all the heated, like the liquid sulfur that solidifies into solid, puts it in here, dumps it in here, leaves it on this like wraparound snaky path so that the steam inside here can absorb the heat. So we're like taking advantage of the heat to like use it as an energy generator. And then we're leaving on this cooling block for a bit, and it's cooling down because I want to be able to use cold sulfur in my base, like where we're like, you know, keeping our stuff alive, right? When in reality, the travel time of the sulfur is warming it up anyways, so cooling it down is completely pointless. God damn it. You know what? Yeah, just start grabbing all that sulfur. I don't need it. Now, the real question is why? Oh. Well, no, it's the sulfur is coming in as a solid, so it's on a shipping rail, so you can't insulate your shipping rails. I could technically run it through a series of insulated tiles, but that would be running up like all the middle of my base, which would be a problem. And these haven't been able to get fertilized because, I don't know, reasons. I gotta move this over one. Look, we got like nice delicious flowers. The food situation is stellar. We got these goofballs keeping all this nice and harvestable. Same with the sleet wheat. Is the temperature down again? 5.4. No. Shit. You know what? You know what I think it is? Okay. You know what I actually think it is? I think these stupid animals are warming up these pipes by walking around by like a half a degree. Because before everything was fine. Before everything was totally fine. And then I put 2 more in here. And then it started causing problems. Somebody go wrangle this dude. Where's... Gallium is the wrangler. Now, We take the relocate. We put that on high priority too. There we go. Oh, he's cramped. All right, there we go. Golden. Did we finish the research? No. We need supercomputer and materials research study. Everything's working now. Except for the supercomputer isn't built. Never mind, it's built. Liquid sulfur geyser. Oh, plus 15C? Oh, hell yeah, wait. Never mind, we can actually do this. $165, so it should be 180? Oh, that is so much liquid sulfur though. And that's a lot of steam. I need like 3 more degrees out of the steam, so... I gotta cool down all this sulfur. I gotta cool down all the sulfur. As much as I don't want to add more water to the mix. This is over. I need to like solidify all this sulfur. So, can I deconstruct this and then build right here? Shit. That is exactly what I was trying to avoid right there. God damn it. It's the sulfur apocalypse, exactly. Hey Andy, how you doing today, bud? This is 100% what I was trying to avoid. Is the sulfur becoming like a dig outable thing. If I break this open... Fine. It's fine for now. It's fine for now. It doesn't run the aqua tuner, which is a problem. Is this tuned now? Geo-tuned. 180C. Raising the temps. I need to break into here now. So I need to destroy this. Hopefully the oil stays. I could put naphtha here. Do I have liquid naphtha? I feel like I do. I have a little bit, right? No, that's on my... Ignore that. That's on my... automatic repair. Wait. Polluted oxygen? Oh, you guys aren't... Nobody's allowed in here anymore. No more opening this door. Ah, this is the one that's doing it. Cancel that. So I don't have liquid naphtha. I don't have... God, you know what I need? I need the godforsaken, I think nobody else's Aquatic DLC looks quite like... I know. Well, technically, I do have a perfectly aquatic DLC place. It's just wildly abandoned. And this is important, our oxygen production for our base is all using like the new corals and stuff. The sea is full of poo. Well, the sea is full of snail mucus. That's what this stuff is. It's a mountain of snail mucus and apparently squid ink. And this is all pea water. It is some amount of fish piss. Ain't wrong about that, boss. I gotta break in here. Alright, it's idle now. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? Oh, I'm gonna regret this so bad. Oh, I didn't regret it. Quickly! Quickly, quickly, quickly. Somebody dig that out. Now, hold on. What? They didn't let any oxygen in, did they? Steam? Hold on. Gases, gases, gases. It's all steam. Oh, but it's hitting the cold oil and all of the sulfur is turning into solid sulfur. Which is cooling down the steam. And thanks, I hate it. I have to do this in this order. This is actually kind of annoying. I need to do it right here, and then I have to do the tile down here. Otherwise, oil will be on top. What's the density of steam? 330 kilograms per tile. It's probably fine. Tim, thank you so much for the bits. Hello. How are we today? I'm just gonna leave that open there. Doesn't really matter. You're not doing math, I hope? Never. Never. The only math I'm doing is plus more. Do more. Do more. Do more to make more. Oh, the temps still aren't good enough. You'd think 180 degrees would do it, but it doesn't. Oh, this isn't running at all. Oh, because this isn't running at all. We have 12 tons of cobalt, 29 tons of copper. 25 tons of this. It just wasn't getting cold at all. Or not getting warm at all. There's like nothing running through here. Oh, we don't really need to use coolant. But now everything is off. Why is everything off? Because these aren't getting natural gas. Why aren't those getting natural gas? Because dormant, not dormant. Okay. Probably fine. Blueprint, some water. Ain't got no gas in it. There's a problem right there. You ain't got no gas in it. But like the other kind of gas. This is absolutely not the way that I should be taming a sulfur vent. I guarantee you that. Exactly. Well, I mean, it is the farts that I'm concerned with. It's true. If I... Okay, polluted oxygen, that'll just kind of solve itself. Hey, Bergman! How you doing today, bud? Okay, so I need to go. Wait, hold on. What if we don't go? What if we instead, hear me out. What if we, instead of going, applied sciences research. I need to make more radioactives. Could I realistically do this? Would that work? Insufficient resources. Oh, for lead and rubber it won't work. I need to do lead and like plastic. So if we send the rad bolts that way, that should solve the problem, right? I need to generate more radiation. More radiation per radiation. Is that going to drain all the power, though, out of the... Because those things take... Wait. Why does it only take 90? Is this overheating? What's the overheat temperature? They don't overheat? Am I understanding that right? But they melt at 668. So I will get liquid granite? Will I get magma? Is that what's gonna happen? I hope I don't accidentally dump magma all over my science performing dupes. That would be not ideal. Alright, so rad bolt generators doing their thing. I always forget that whenever you put anything in a vacuum, it will just perpetually gain temperature. Because there's no way to like pull, like the temperature doesn't radiate away from it. Create new methods can be good too. Yeah. I need to leave this planet. I need to send at least one person somewhere That, or I need to zinc, corallum, basalt, coquina, a mangled saxophone, databank, dirt, algae, and a moon, which I think is like the thingy. Copper, model nuclear problem. Copper. So no gold. Anyway, I need gold before I'm gonna make. I need gold to make super coolant, and neither of my asteroids have had gold on them, which is crazy. Very sad. Okay, now it's pulling the oxygen, so as of right now, we're kind of just gonna suck it up and eat the cobalt ore repair costs. Alright, that's running again. Is this running yet? Please, someone? Anybody? Empty. Empty? Why empty? Oh, because at 115 they'll melt off of the... back into a liquid. For the love of God. This, literally, at this point, I'm realizing now, does not work. Because it picks up the solid sulfur, puts it on the rail, and I'm trying to get the temperature around the rails to be like 130 degrees. But the sulfur melts off the rails at 115, and that's why this has never worked, because I wasn't paying enough attention and seeing that the sulfur would melt before it could ever leave, so it's never actually radiating any of its heat out. It just turns into a liquid. So this whole thing just doesn't work. So how do I fix that? How do I... I could... I could widen out one block. Bring the cooling plate, because right now there's a contained cooling loop here that's keeping a cooling loop of polluted water to cool this down. This brick, and what it's doing is any sulfur that does manage to make it out of here gets cold before it gets sent out. If I widen this out by one, let the liquid sulfur drip down here and cool down on a plate physically, then we're not picking up the liquid sulfur with this, so we'd have to deconstruct this whole thing, change the rail system to be on the backside underneath, and just cool it down on the plate all stop. Actually, no, I don't even need to cool it on the plate because it's going to warm up on the trip anyways. Nothing about this is working, except for it's making sulfur. That's the only thing it's doing. It's melting, and then it's hitting the liquid sulfur, and then it's just re-picking it back up and putting it away. Ay. The sulfur is 100 degrees? That I don't like. Is all the sulfur 100 degrees? 44, 48. It's already like 3 degrees hotter over here. Uh-oh. because of the sulfur's evaporation point, it is literally putting a hard cap on how much heat the steam can absorb. How would I do this? How would I do this in not a dumb way? We pass the sulfur back over the vent, and then down, and then over the cooling plate, just so that it's not a billion degrees when it leaves. Oh, made a mess. Who's stuck somewhere? Seriously? Wait, that's using me to do that, not the bot. Why is that doing that? Streamer bot, can you, like, wake up? Why is that using me for that? I believe you just typed that in chat manually. Yeah, I did. I absolutely did. Why is that using me? CPH send message. So this function converts the time into minutes. That's just a conversion string? That doesn't seem right. So I can cut the message out of there. And then we can go add core what no, not core, Twitch chat, send a message to channel. Advertisement overlords have won the day. Please await our counter attack and return in 3 minutes. Okay, I think that solves kind of the problem, and it doesn't send the stupid message. Especially via me. Which is like silly. But okay. That's cool too. Okay. How the hell do you tame a... Okay. You can't tame a sulfur vent with... with a steam turbine, because the sulfur liquefies at 115 and the steam needs to be 125. So there's like a buffer of 10 degrees where it just decides, whoa, wait, crossover. Here's the deal. You need to move to like right here. And then you need to strip yourself so that the pee goes everywhere. And then... And your suit wore out with that. So awesome. Cool. God damn it. No, crossover, what are you doing? No, get back. Get back in here. Into the base with you. It's... So you get for peeing your suit, man. The nature of the beast. Here's the problem. I want to use this whole thing still. But I can't. I gotta do something different. This is basically the exact problem I had with my liquid oxygen swimming pool in Stationeers. It just wasn't a good enough coolant for me to utilize to push the last 1.5 degrees. Yeah, there's just like, for this is this 10-degree buffer, and I actually want it to be solid, so I want it to cool down, but I need the heat from it to radiate into the steam so that the turbine uses the heat. But it won't, because it's stupid and I hate it. Oh, god damn it. And now it's hyper solidifying into a diggy thing. So basically I gotta do this. Ooh, no. Deconstruct. I'm gonna have the tungsten. I'm gonna have the liquid sulfur. So it's gonna have like a natural like heat radiation, but I'm gonna have the liquid sulfur dump into like a little cooling bin that will solidify it in a way that isn't dumb. God, the steam is so close. It's 123. It's so close. So, Barb, did you try, like... I'm wondering, did you try and put it... I can't do it with this because I have to... The gas I have to use is steam to run the turbine. But did you try putting, like, a layer of hydrogen? Yo, Brave? How's it going? Like, a layer of hydrogen as, like a temperature suppressant? Basically, like, or like a faster temperature transfer material. That way, like, the regular oxygen wasn't interacting poorly. I don't know. I don't know enough about Stationeers to know if that's like a thing you're supposed to do. Sink. How you doing today, Brave? All right. Oh, break that open. Build that. Now this is very, very cold. I had a layer of nitrogen above the oxygen. Hydrogen didn't exist when I had the base. The new gas is up. I should be able to do it. Yeah, it sounds like it. I didn't know what was there or what wasn't last time when I played, so... Like, I remember you looked at my playtime and it was 8 hours. That is not accurate. It was probably open for 5 hours and I played it for 3. I played it for like less than half of one stream. I played enough to explode myself one time. I started way early today because it was either start early or be too tired when it was time to start to feel like I was gonna give a good stream. So I figured I'd start earlier than usual. So we want to do this because I'd like this to like this kind of works actually. If I can get this liquid sulfur cooled down, I'm basically gonna make a chilling. Well, shit. I just realized I messed it up. Deconstruct this and deconstruct this. Ooh. Yeah, well, we have a cooling, like the cooling block isn't the problem, actually. The problem is that sulfur is not the material to tame like you would a volcano, right? You cannot tame it the same way. So it's a bit of a mistake on my part. So I think you arrived just after we kind of realized what the problem was, after like trying to run it for a while. Sulfur liquefies at 115 degrees, but you can't run a steam turbine until 125. So that 10-degree gap makes any solid sulfur that's on the cooling line liquefy. So it just becomes a pool of liquid sulfur that then creates like it's almost like a weird version of the Leidenfrost effect. And the obvious fact that the problem was him. Hey, Time Lord, how you doing today, bud? Yeah, I know, it's so true. So that 10 degrees we're trying to like solve. And basically we need to build like a cooling platform for the liquid sulfur. Well, it's not like, do you guys know what the Leidenfrost effect is? The Leidenfrost effect? I don't know how to pronounce it exactly. Most people talk about it for cooking. When you put like water on a really hot pan, it'll usually just like evaporate. But when it becomes a bead of water and it just floats around on a superheated bit of steam right below it, we're creating like the sulfur is acting as this like steam just enough. It's kind of crazy. It's creating this like little 10-degree barrier. Wasn't brave enough to try to put steam room in a sulfur geyser room. I just filled it with hydrogen and cooled it with a petroleum counterflow. That's probably the better way to do it, but now I'm just like sunk cost fallacying my ass into this. So, you know. I didn't look at the numbers. I was like, I'm pretty sure this probably evaporates at a higher amount. Not true. And I have way too much steam in here now. it'll work to bring it down to 125. Yeah, but the thing is, it won't get up to 125. The steam won't get up to 125, and the liquid sulfur won't get down below, 115. So it all stays at like this weird middle ground temperature. Whoops. Deconstruct, deconstruct, deconstruct. Because, yeah, well, the water never gets dumped because it never gets to 125. That's the problem. The water never hits 125. Because the sulfur becomes a liquid and then interacts better with the steam, cooling the steam down, no matter how much steam I put in there. So it cools the steam down to like 119, and then at 119, the steam starts to cool down the sulfur, and then the sulfur becomes solid, the steam starts to warm up again, and then the steam, when it gets warm enough, like 120, 130, that warms up the solid sulfur back up to 115, liquefying it, and then the liquid sulfur brings the steam temperature down. So it just kind of keeps fluctuating as we keep adding more sulfur because of the geyser. It's just really stupid. The whole thing was stupid. Yeah, the whole thing was big old dumb. So we're gonna solve that problem. Like even geotuned, where the sulfur's coming out at 180, the differences, the temperature, that 10-degree padding is too impossible to deal with. So we're gonna do some silliness here. The nice part is that the rest of this base kind of runs on its own without problems. This is all oxygen. This is constantly breaking these. Yeah. Awesome. Now this is a little annoying, but I don't want to break into here. All right. Trim that down. Is this dormant now? Dormant. Dormant. For how long? Next activity 7 cycles. Next activity 50 cycles. Oh crap, these are all broken now. Cobalt ore. Do I have any cobalt ore? Yeah, I do. Just need them to repair that. So we need to geotune. The two got the. Wait. Oh, do you need a different? Do you need a different geotuner for each? Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. What are they? 87.3. What are they currently? And 30. Like it's like a 12% increase. Yeah. Well, they both went dormant at the same time, but it's about to start back up. I mean, we didn't run out. It's all over the damn place, but, you know. I've been kind of focusing on some other things for now. All right, so now, oh. Hi, yeah. There we go. Yeah. We gotta destroy for even more tungsten blocks for no reason. So, you know, it's cool. Losing my goddamn mind. No, stop doing that. Oh, now the water's over here. This is a problem. No, now the steam is over here. Oh god, I hate everything. Do you so I can give it back? Yeah, you give it back 100%. It's boiling off the polluted water. Son of a bit. No, wrong way. Wait, no, that's the right way. God damn it. Am I gonna be able to even swing this? Is this gonna be doable? I don't think it is. I think I might have borked the entire thing. Relocate to there. Oh, man. I hate everything. Oh no, I hate everything. I hate it all. Oh dear. And I'm not putting enough, I don't have enough pea water in here. Oh, please don't tell me that's the wrong liquid. This is gonna start boiling the water. There was one packet inside the bottle drainer. So one option I have legitimately is to just close off the vent from the thermal aqua tuner. But I would lose access to all this steam, which would drive me bonkers. Well, there's still 220 kilograms per square in here. I have no power. Why do I have no power? Bad that I have no power. God damn. Oh, everything is misery. Could I? Well, no, not really. Realize ore hulls could synergize with plug plugs. Well, that's what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm doing. They eat iron. That's 100% what I've been doing. Why do you think I have a battery bank right here? Yeah. So when they go to sleep, they output 1600 watts each for everyone in there, and they just fill this thing up in one go. Actually, I wonder if they'll do it tonight. Watch, you'll be able to see it. Close that off. You might be able to see it. What? It's almost nighttime. We'll try and watch. I want to see how fast it fills up that battery. Steam's kind of going up, which is nice. I don't want to mop it up because, like, what's the point? Relocate to here. Relocate to here. Wood sulfur, relocate to here. To there. And then we'll set these all to 9, so somebody will walk in and drop all that off. There's no power for it, so it's not running, it's not cooling anything down, which sucks. But we're about to watch. So check this out. They're all about to be in place for their sleep time. They're all plugged into these batteries. $1,600 each. And they've been doing this for about 150, 200 cycles. It's not free because I have to spend iron on it, but, you know. It's all this weird synergy, symbiosis nonsense. So this is all liquefying again. Locate to there. I gotta mop all this goddamn sulfur. This is gonna keep liquefying, and I need it to stop liquefying over here. I guess I could solidify it, actually. With water? How much sulfur is here? Ooh, there we go. $299, $721. All right, relocate there. Relocate there. I did not realize how much we relied on the natural gas. So if we do a shipping auto sweeper out of steel over here, right there, and then we do a loader just like over here, and we bypass the whole liquefy with the stuff. Oh, whoops, hold on. Wait, no, I don't have to do that. I do want to do that. And then we want to do that. Perfect. And we're out of power again. How? Why? Because we only get a big hunk of power every night. And this doesn't run as much or as efficiently as I'd like it to run. I think what's actually happening is I think I have a power loop somewhere that's like draining and sending stuff across the network. That shouldn't be outputting power because this stays full like once we charge that battery. Does that drain over time? Wait, does that drain over time? Loses charge over time? I've been wasting charge plugging into the bat. Thanks, I hate it. Okay, so we're gonna let people in. Yeah, we launched the rocket earlier and picked up the little office cup here. So now we have our banquet hall. You know what I kind of want to do? We have all this natural gas here. Ooh, better yet. Hold on. What if I did it this way? Automation, signal switch. And I can just like manually do it. Well, no, people are allowed back in. Yeah, we launched the rocket earlier. Here we go. Oh, all right, there we are. The one thing I want to do is let a bunch of the natural gas kind of like naturally flow into here. And while that's open, let's scoop up all these goodies, shall we? Whenever we lose power for a little while, it basically impacts like our Atmos suit docks, because this requires so much power and it's so stupid and I hate it. Overheated. Oh, that's made out of lead. Why did I... That was supposed to be made out of steel. Oh, Christ. I was an idiot. I was a big old dummy. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a big old dum-dum. Because I tried to combine it. I looked at the temperature of the sulfur as it comes out of the vent, and I was like, all right, I can use that temperature, but I didn't look at the actual properties of sulfur. And as a result, I dumbed everything up. Whoops. So, yeah. Come on, man. Are we serious? Deconstruct. Do this. This is maximum importante. Gotta sweep all this stuff up. Empty that. Well, no. Cancel empty. Relocate to here. Relocate here. Maximum priority. Do the same with this. All right, then I make a robo miner because this sulfur likes to be a jerk. Right here. Maybe I can do it like this. And then we build shipping conveyor loader out of steel right there. And then we go auto sweeper right here, also out of steel, tungsten wire, deconstruct that, and the robo miner is also out of steel. Okay, maybe a man can dream. Is that gonna reach? Nope. God damn it. No, this won't reach. Not with these gone. Oh, that could have been why, yeah, but it's fine. It's not a big deal. I've got what, like 30 tons of salt of steel. I'm not like. All right. Sulfur. It's kind of doing what I want, sort of. Relocate to here. Relocate to here. Relocate to here. Relocate to here. And then we set the relocate to 9. And we have no power anywhere. This is almost going to be enough. That is enough. Above. I just realized I need that for food as well. How much steam is it? 237 kilograms. Some of it's over here, which is a problem. So dump some more water in here. One of your natural gas gens broke. I know. I just ordered them to repair it. Okay, that is polluted water, right? Yep. Power again. Oh, now the other one's broken. What the hell? Can they reach it? Yeah. Why did it break, actually? Not a heat thing. Oh, okay, so it was no. It was when it was pumping in the wrong stuff. There was a pocket of like polluted oxygen up here that eventually, when I started really utilizing more of this natural gas, it pumped it in and broke it. But I'm gonna say somebody get your ass in gear and fix this. There we go. Well, we have like a bunch of natural gas up here that we can kind of slowly lower into here and use. God damn, this steam is like not the right temp. So where are we generating power? Let's take a look at that. What do we can I look at my power, my overall power stuff? Right? What do we see? All diagnostics. Power use. I want to see the god damn it. What do we look at? Colony report, I think. That conveyor, sulfur conveyor belt. Hey, Julian, welcome in. How you doing today, bud? Welcome to our the first of our YouTube streams. This game is not made enough for people to stream this game. I know. You'll find like a pretty core group of people streaming it on Twitch pretty regularly, but on YouTube, I think it's pretty rare. Unless somebody's like dual streaming to YouTube. Like today's the first day I'm doing it. But this game is fantastic. It's one of my favorite colony sims. Okay, so I need to do what? Some nonsense. What is the nonsense? What was I doing? Unbreaking. Oh, my power system. Colony report. Nope, wrong one. Where's the... There's a YouTuber stream that does stream plus video of curated stream and he gets very consistent views. Oh yeah, Echo. He does a lot of the tutorials for the game. I've seen Echo's stuff. I wish I could get over my executive dysfunction and work on long form videos because I actually really like editing videos. I'm just very bad at like coming up with a thing and then like sitting down to actually work on it. But when I'm like in the throes of it, I get really locked into a video. Skills, schedule, priorities, consumable, vitals, star map, colony report. Where's the damn... Not that. Yeah, diagnostic, but like... I want to see the big. I want to see the big. The big. I want to see the much many. I want to... Oh, God. Just out of power everywhere, constantly. My guess as part of this is like we're sucking down a bunch of... What are we missing here? Material study? Yeah, it's a bunch of power for the rad bolt generators, kind of, but not really. Diagnostic see all. That's what I tried before. There is a way to look at the large one, and I'm forgetting how to do it. Colony summary. I was clicking the right thing, but I wasn't like clicking again on the right thing. Power wasted. Oh, yo. $2,000 kilojoules. Kind of makes sense if these are offloading, what, 400 a piece? 400 joules, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that should be 4,000. So if we don't use all of it, that makes sense. Could be solar panels. Oh, solar panels would be a good idea, huh? The solar panels would be a good idea. They only do like 300 though, right? 380. They got a bunch of pearls I brought over from the old place. Yeah. They're pretty... I mean, they're going to be pretty expensive because I have to use a lot of steel to make the bunker tiles. Because we are on an asteroid that has a lot of meteor storms. Solar panels worse. Well, but you don't have to. No dupe labor. Could do like over 500. Actually, we could do like what, 400? Probably. Yeah, that's probably enough, honestly. And then on this one, we'll say like 600. We really need power. Another big problem is as we run out of iron and as they do the copper here, this doesn't get hot enough and then this doesn't output any heat. And then we've been using a lot of power on this thermotuner here. It's 115. It's exactly 115. Ay, ay, ay. Ah, man, I think I just have to close this off. Yeah, I think I just have to close it off. This is really annoying. All right. Okay. All this heat, like, I wanted all this heat from the liquid sulfur geyser to be usable. Okay, so if I put a metal tile, I know I can. I just gotta like think of the way to do it. If I put a metal tile at the bottom here and let the heat go like one way, or if I do a ceramic tile, like a ceramic, ooh, wait, a ceramic, like a diamond window tile and a ceramic temp shift plate. Delete the insulated tiles and separate the aqua tuner and the volcano. And then, because that doesn't work. I'll tell you that right now. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That's what we've been fighting against this entire time. All day today, we've been fighting that. The problem is the liquefaction, the melting point of solid sulfur is 115, and the steam, you can set the steam turbine on a sensor. Well, it never gets hot enough to even go to the lowest level for the turbine. That's the problem. We need to find a way to get the heat from the sulfur without ever letting the temperature from the steam back into the sulfur. No, you won't gain any. That's the problem. This is the issue we've been messed this up. The issue we've been running into all day. So it creates this weird barrier where metal tile door, automated by a temp sensor. That's actually a pretty good idea, Luca. You can cool liquid sulfur to 125 and then run it through the cooling plates. You can cool the liquid sulfur to 125. No. At 125, it stays liquid. And then once it gets to 115, it comes out at 180. We've got a geotune, so it's coming out at 180. Take it out with a liquid pump instead of a conveyor. Oh man, we'd be riding the line though, because if it ever solidifies or liquefies, slightly too hot and it just turns into a liquid. Dump out the metal tile so instantly solidifies. That's kind of what we're doing here. I like Luca's idea though. Metal tile door, metal tile with an automated temp sensor. So then you pick up the heat in a way that doesn't exchange the heat. Once it gets to a certain level, you open the door and it transfers the heat over to the other metal tile and then closes the door so it doesn't backdrop all the heat. The open door is a vacuum, hence it doesn't transfer heat. Yeah. And then once you close the door, it transfers all the heat over. This is too 5-head for me. Dump out on a metal. Yeah. I think all are pretty good options. I think trying to pump it out makes too much of a hassle. I just want like the radiant heat of when it's like dumping out. I could do no, I don't need to do that. Metal tile in like, I mean, you can do, what you can do is remove the conveyor loader and put a liquid pump there. Steam turbine cools the liquid sulfur down to 125. The steam turbine cools the liquid sulfur down to 125. But if it cools it anymore, it becomes a solid and breaks the pipes. Needs a mechanized alloy. Oh no, I know that. I know that. The pipe liquid sulfur is dumped on a metal tile. Yeah. Cooled by the aqua tuner. It won't change states in the pipes. If it gets as low as 115, it will though. Right? So, okay. To use insulated pipe. That's true. But then I don't know how I would get the heat off of it. Like, I don't know how I would be getting the heat out of the most heat out of the liquid. Because, like, already I'm getting the sulfur. That's not the problem. Like, we're already getting the liquid sulfur into solid sulfur. That's not the issue. The issue is trying to find the best way to get as much heat as possible. And if we put it, if we just pump it out, you'd run radiant pipe all over the steam room, that'll break constantly. Especially while it's not hot enough yet. Now, so the problem is, if the liquid sulfur and the steam are exchanging heat at any point, the sulfur liquefies, and then the steam passes its heat into the sulfur, and then it just stays at an equilibrium. And that's what's been happening all day. Sulfur solidifies at 105. 115. It's 115. Yeah, 115. So what I mean is, like, I've been trying this the whole time, and what happens is the steam stays right around 122, and then it liquefies the sulfur, and then the liquid sulfur cools down the steam, and then the sulfur in turn gets cooled down into a solid, which then warms up the steam, and then it keeps the loop going, and it's like kind of crazy. So the idea is, I'd like to have this hotter than 125 if I can swing it. I mean, I won't be able to with a single tuner though, but still. I do like the idea of the metal tile. It's something we can at least try. Don't need to keep the steam much hotter though. Well, the hotter it is, the more power I get. Like, cooling down the sulfur is not the problem. I can cool down the sulfur all day long. I'm trying to extract absolutely maximum temperature out of it. Probably need a steel door for this. So it would be... How would it be? Alright, a bunch of the steam just like liquefied because we put these in. You know, it happens, whatever. This is not gonna work actually. Shit. I don't have enough space is now the problem. So, okay. This is all running, that's normal. If we replace this with a pump for the liquid sulfur, we would send it here, radiant pipes this way, would offload the heat. You just have enough space if you move the turbine 2 tiles to the left. I am moving all this shit. Nah, you know, nah, ain't happening, boss. That one ain't happening, boss. That is way too much work. That is way too much work. And if you've spent any amount of time here, you know how absolutely lazy I'm gonna be about this. All right, deconstruct. Let's try it. Let's try the pump. I mean, I don't see the idea super well, but if it works, it works. Maybe like 10 cycles or something. I've been cooling it. These been insulated tiles where the steam touches the metal tiles. The steam touches the metal tiles. No, this was just recently put together as a way to solve this when I was cutting these off. That's all. Not a big deal. No, I know. That's gonna be the end point here. Hold on, how do I want to do this? All right. Wait, nope. Shipping. So route could be at the top for a shorter path. Yeah. I mean, I'm basically just rebuilding the interior at this point. Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. And then with a bridge. Insulated there for a bridge. Whoops. Oh, that's not what it's not doing what I think it's doing. So pumps. Oh no, this is right. In, out, insulated pipe this way. Plumbing, liquid pipe, There we go. Remember to run cooling pipe on the metal tile. Oh yeah, I know. That's what I'm doing right here. That's what this is. This is just like a bridge that I'm going to use. Probably going to disassemble most of this like cooling panel here, but maybe we'll find a use for it at some point. All right, and then we go shipping, auto sweeper. And please with love God replace the metal tiles under the pump for installation. Oh, I know. I know what I'm doing. In some form or fashion. Sometimes I know what I'm doing. Conveyor loader. Huh. Oh. Take a little bit. No big deal, no big deal. Are you about to get yourself stuck? I think he was about to get himself stuck. Too much liquid here, okay. Sulfur. Alright, we're good. Hold on. We're gonna do what do we got? 180. F6 will go like so. Radiant liquid pipe. There we go. Oh boy, the keys are not being kind to me. F6B. This right there. Empty those. Trim that off. And we start cooling this down. And we're getting heat damage because it's pumping out water, but that's fine right now. Yeah, I don't want this to like heat all of this. I just want this to be cold. I don't want it to pick up any heat from not the metal tiles. There's a method to my madness. I don't, I mean, I don't need to do them right this second, right? Like, I need to just... I need to get everything built first. I mean, this is how... Yeah, no, I'll get them. There's no rush. I gotta clear out all of this first. That's the problem we're running into. Deconstruct. Deconstruct. You know what? Trust me, I'm very aware of that. That's intentional at this point. The room is basically cooked at the moment. We're effectively rebuilding. What's the stuff we have here? And we go. Bam. All good. Gives them something to do. Okay, you are free to move about the cabin, my friend. What is your... Go consume food. Why are you... Cannot reach food full bladder? That is a bald-faced lie. What is... Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Now you should be able to go. Okay, you're good. Alright, so the water we have in here now is pretty non-existent. What are we looking at? Pump's not in liquid. Steam-wise, we're looking at... We lost like 30 kilograms a square, but we also have polluted oxygen in here now. Ay. That's unfortunate. That is because I believe, yeah, some of these broke. That'll be fine. Turn that into dirt at some point. Hi, I also spent a long time fiddling with this sulfur volcano. The most efficient way I came up with was this. A vacuum volcano with a steel pump nearby. Liquid sulfur is pumped into a tank with oil. The oil cools the TWR? TWR. The liquid reservoir? Wait. Hey, that... Now the aqua tuner should run way less. Yeah, ideally. A bunch of steam did escape, but I had in trying to solve this solution, I overfilled it anyway, so it's kind of irrelevant. But first of all, welcome in, Renee. How you doing today? And Zealand, yeah, I'm kind of running into the same problem. The issue is that the Yeah, there's a lot in there. I can afford to add a little bit more as well. It's really just trying to find an interesting way to get as much of the heat out of the sulfur as I can, rather than just turn it into solid sulfur like I have been doing. And also, welcome in Zealand. But yeah, I've been fiddling with this all day, and it's being a right proper jerk. So I think we're at a place where it feels like it should be should be a pretty good solution. I hope. And as of right now, they've got to repair all this nonsense. Cold damage for reasons. Basically, I need the room to get warm enough. As of right now, the sulfur keeps getting pumped up and breaking in the pipes exactly like I thought it was going to happen. Yeah, I know. It's just a matter of like chilling. All right, so priority. I'm gonna lower the priority on these repairs for now. We are going to do this. And we've got a nice cool chiller tile right here. We don't really need these as a chiller tile, which is nice. Hell yeah, I'm gonna play away team. That game looks sick as hell. I'm gonna play the hell out of away team. It's basically Oni, but a survival crafter. It's Terraria Oni. And for those who don't know what away team is, I'm just gonna show it off because one, I love Clay. Like, they're such a great developer. They're one of like the 3 developers I can think of, maybe 4, where no matter what they do, I'm just gonna buy what they. I'm not gonna wait for a sale. I'm not gonna hem and haw about what to buy. Like, I'm not gonna. Oh, should I get? But no, Clay is one of the developers where they put out a thing, and I'm like, buy. What did I just purchase? I don't even know yet. Right? Like, I'm got no idea. Like, I bought the Aquatic DLC before I knew anything about it. I was like, whatever. I don't even care. Clay. It's like Larian Studios, From Software, Clay, CD Projekt Red, and at this point, Hello Games is probably one of the developers I trust to make a good game. I guess, but I won't buy Don't Starve just because they treat it like the favorite child, and Oni is my goat, which is treated like a stepchild. Yeah, okay. You gotta, Renee, you gotta approach it like the people who are playing Don't Starve are most people, and the people who are playing Oni are the people who like ask the question, what is the boiling point of tungsten? Right? There's very 2 different groups of people. Yeah, we're like hyper nerds. If you don't know what Away Team is, they announced this recently with their 20th anniversary. This is Clay's one of their next games, which is actually not included, Terraria. So here, just let's enjoy the trailer again together. Because Don't Starve is for button smashers. Me and my wife play Don't Starve together, and we really enjoy it. but I play Oni. She doesn't have the patience. Like, it's all the goofiness of Oni and all the whimsy of Oni with you know, manual control. I know. And it's gonna be multiplayer. It's gonna be sweet. Pretty excited. And then, whoops, on top of all of that, they also announced Don't Starve Elsewhere, which is their next Don't Starve game. And I'm not like sponsored by Clay. I just think they're an amazing developer. We've got like a 2.5D Don't Starve, which is gonna be sweet. I don't know if I have patience for Oni 4,000 hours. I might just be a masochist. Yeah, I've got a couple of games like that. If I was pretty much responsible for that Ren, I'd send a SWAT team 600 to rescue him. Must save the Ren. But this, I mean, this looks pretty sweet too. I'm pretty excited for this one also. To play with the wife and some friends. I'm a big fan of Don't Starve. I like Oni better than Don't Starve personally, but this is so great to play with the people who don't want to deal with Oni. Don't Starve is like so good. Exactly. Oh, I tabbed out and it did this. Pretty exciting. I'm looking forward to this one too. I'm looking forward to Away Team more, which I will definitely be playing. All right. We're looking at 112. We need the surrounding temps to be like 120-ish. 120 adjacent, basically. So we're going to do that. I did it the wrong way. Go me. There we go. We're currently looking like a little over 115, so I'm gonna give it a little bit of breathing room on it. Maybe try and get this a little bit more submerged with slightly hotter temperature sulfur, since it's coming out at 180. And then we'll go in and do the repairs, and at that point we should be pretty good. So while we let that heat up a little bit, let's take a quick look see over here. That is kind of what I wanted. Almost exactly what I wanted, actually. Alright, close the door. Nobody else is allowed in here. Food-wise... mixed berry pie? Wait. Damn it! Alright, somebody repair this. This is very important. Somebody repair this. What do they need? Copper ore? Directly at the right tiles of the aqua tuner. liquid bridge directly at the right tiles of the aqua tuner. Yeah, that's probably fine. I ain't really too beat up about that one. Come on now. The bridge that takes out the liquid sulfur. Yeah, that's the one I was looking at. I've already got that. That's built. Right there. Do I not have any copper? Did I? No, I've got 25 tons of copper. Hello? Can you guys repair this? Please, not because the heat will go out, but because the cold will move in. Wait, what? Ta-da! Somebody repair the goddamn... I'm gonna lose my damn mind. Okay, they're bringing a bunch of... Enable auto repair, enable auto repair. You know what? Oh wait, the problem isn't the overheat. Can somebody please come and repair this? I don't know what the deal is. Finally, good God. Back to making mixed berry pie. All right, we're looking at like 118 here, 118, 118. The steam is also 118. Everything is like 118. Oh, this isn't... All right. Somebody come solve this problem that I made for myself. There we go. It's over at 112 here. I could do temp shift plates, but like here. I could do like ceramic temp shift plates so that I get the expulsion heat held for a while. Oh my God, do I not have any ceramic? No, I do have ceramic. Very tiny amount. Never mind. All right. Now we should be okay. It's erupting again in 20 seconds. You put plates down, you will cool down the steam room again. Though I know. I'm gonna wait till it gets his equilibrium. Oh my God, we're cooling everything down. It's fine. There we go. All right, sulfur at 126 is kind of exactly where we want to be. $121, and then bam, sulfur. Whatever godforsaken temperature it's at, 100. That I don't like. That I don't like. I'm wondering if I can set a liquid shutoff to hold the temps a little bit longer. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I set a liquid shutoff like right here, somewhere, and just hold it on a timer. Nah, temps would get too low. What are we at? Temps for 123, 124. Yeah. I mean, it'll hold it in place, but I want it to kind of. All right, it's about. Oops, excuse me. It's about to kick on. So if this is 14 tons of the stuff. Yay. It's gonna relocate that to right there. They'll get to it when they get to it. If you place a liquid shutoff, you can separate the sulfur without affecting the steam by placing 2 airflow tiles directly above the metal tile. Yeah. I don't want to like. I'm trying my best not to overcomplicate this. I'm failing. Let's be very clear about that. But I really just want some sulfur and then some offset of the power usage. However tiny that is. And I want this sulfur to not be a bazillion degrees. Like that is becoming. I don't mind if the chill radiates from out here though. I don't really care that much. All right, and now we are out of stuff. We gotta wait for another eruption. Now, hopefully, it doesn't cause big old problems. Tungsten, sulfur, iron to steel. That's doing its thing. I haven't checked this in a while. I don't know anything. Hey, we got 3 gun palms going now, though. Pretty sweet. Alright. Oh, apparently we've been hit by a couple of slime asteroids. That's good to know. A sizable number of slime asteroids. Alright, we're waiting for Brad bolts now. Is this slime? Oh my god, this slime has slime lung on it! I guess I don't really care that much. Right? 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 Okay, good. I don't. Do I really not have them washing their hands on their way in? Seems very unlike me, but whatever. Wait, so this is broken because of the temps? Wait. From overheating? Oh, this started firing off. Okay, 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 okay. Alright, flip the switch, guys. Hop on in there. Somebody break that. I got literally 30 tons of steel. I think we're okay. Are these gonna overheat? Probably. Material, change material. We'll just change it over for steel. Change material. We'll change both of these over for steel. We've got, I mean, we've got the resources for it. Material, change material. Steel here. All right, that is exactly how we wanted it to be right there. We had a 6. Wait, we only have 3 ore holes? Weird. Body temperature? Body temperature. Alright. That's fine. Irrigation, meaning polluted water, right? We're out. Out of polluted mud. Alright. Oxygen's good. The overgrows are good. These guys are cramped. Oh, I don't have one relocated over here yet. Or I haven't, rather. Will they auto wrangle if I do that? Okay, here. Wrangle that bad boy. Somebody go get him. All you gallium. There we go. All right, we're checking in on here. We're at 125, pretty good. 23 tons of sulfur. This area is quite cold. Probably too cold, if I'm honest. 10 is cold enough. The sulfur is 106 because it doesn't come off the stupid thing. Damn it. Building lacks resources. Well, yeah, no, I'm aware of that. They don't live on that asteroid anymore. Research got done. That's the big one. That's the big one. So we do a cartography module. Hydrogen could be fun. Let's do that. I could make my own batteries inside the... Maybe not. So we need to... We basically need to do cartography, like, exclusively. So change module for the cartographic module. It's gonna be +2 or +5. Yeesh. Okay, so we can't put that on the carbon dioxide rocket. If we use the sugar engine, we get more height, more speed, more engine power. But I think we have to have a solid oxidizer tank. And that requires... Once the engine's built, more rocket. The oxidizer is the sugar. Wait, burn sucrose or short range or space, but moves slower. Have higher height restrictions than carbon dioxide, but moves slower. Engine must be built in the rocket platform. So I could do that, or I could change up the whole game plan and never mind. I don't have a better one. Would have a steam engine. I could build the steam one. Yeah, it's fertilizer. I could build the steam one. That would require I have to build a whole thing though, and I don't want to build a whole thing. I already built a whole thing. I took the whole thing I had before and then I built this whole thing. I ain't got the brain power to do that. Not right now. I think I've never used this granite. I always either use carbon or steam for early rocketry. Yeah. Historically, I've used the sugar engine. This is the first time I used the carbon one, but that was because we had a pretty functional, like, carbon dioxide geyser right here. Also, I'm not usually ranching, like, the Sweetles and the Grubs and stuff. So I usually don't have, like... I usually have like a huge excess of basically just unused sucrose. That's fine. What do we got here? That's pretty good. Got a little room there. So I need to zoom out here and like get some more cartographic knowledge. I need to find the next asteroid is the problem. Need to find the next couple asteroids. Probably down here. What are your thoughts on possible Draco? Glossy Draco? I've never ranched them before, so I have no idea. I have no I have no thoughts. I've never ranched them before. I generally do not ranch. Very, very rarely do I ranch animals in Oni. But it seems like historically it was a very early way to get plastic, and I can see why now that they've added rubber, maybe they have like a slightly harder way to get rubber and then nerf the Dracos. Aquatic Planet Pack Paku. Yeah. Very, 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 very early plastic. I do know that much. Well, I mean, I guess I can just like change the module out. Research. Deconstruct that module. Still no room. Change this module. I just do like a solar panel? Oh, yeah, that's okay. So I cannot... I cannot add... It's the gantry? Wait, what's the gantry? In the ladder? Oh, yeah, that could have been the ladder. Bum, bum, bum. Certainly a possibility. There you go. Under the gantry. No, it was a height thing. The problem was the height. As I anticipated. Because these are a height of... Deconstruct that. Because this has a height of... There's a rocket during takeoff and entry. Yeah, enabling space travel. Hey, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. It's good having you here, Julian. I stream 5 days a week. Today was my first stream on YouTube, so I'm going to be hopefully rolling that into our regular dual streaming process. So, yeah. Have a good one. All right, so change module. If we did the cartographic module, I think I actually need to switch this out for the sugar engine. Space above the rocket is blocked. Change module. Space above the rocket. Add a module. Card. Base above the rocket blocked. Wait, +5. So +3, +3. If I open this, change. So the gantry got in the way. That's funny. Add a module, cartographic module, build. Yeah, the gantry was in the way. Oh, I can't do that. Hold on. Add a module. We need to add the oxidizer. Right? Large solid oxidizer. Module. Space above the rocket is blocked. +5 from here. It is currently at does it have to be a large? It could just be a solid oxide large. Engine must be able to require this. Son of a bitch. How dare you, game? Now let's just change the module to a large solid oxidizer tank. Yep. And then add a module. And then add a module. So hold on. Okay, this need so if I then add the I can't add the spacefarer module. There has to be an oxidizer tank. View the interior. I am simply gonna empty this out. We're gonna start fresh. We're gonna start fresh. This whole rocket's driving me crazy. Oh, we got our blueprints. What do we got? Print? Print. Digital cobalt. I like it. Ah, Lord. Choose blueprints. Hey, speak of fertilizer. There we go. Pretty clean setup. I like it. That's disabled because this is disabled. 21 tons of iron. So we're running low on iron. We got 2 more ore holes though being incubated. The body temp of that thing is messed up. And I have no idea why. Building melted. Did it just get hit by something? Or did it just heat itself to the point of melting? Oh, it heated itself to the point of melting. Word. So this is currently made out of granite, so it heated itself to what is the melting point of granite? And why am I asking that question? 668. And it became magma. Like 669. Nice. You were close. Yeah. You almost got there, Renee. Almost. I guess this is sharing its heat with the surrounding area, so it's fine. What's the radiation here? 76. So the steel's blocking a pretty good amount. Definitely melt those before they get real hot in a vacuum. Yeah. They just keep heating and heating and heating. So I'm not surprised about it. Don't get me wrong. I'll get around to it when they get around to it. What's our... Okay, base is looking good as far as oxygen goes, temps go. Everything is looking good. The oxygen flow to the suits is good. We have so much clay from this setup though. This is crazy. $50 tons. 50 tons of clay. That seems excessive. Alright, so... Oh, one of our alums just died up here. Huh. By the way, the new Aquatic DLC, these corals here are so cool. I really like them for oxygen production, mostly because I have built many spawns, and I'm kind of sick of them. I don't want to build any more spawns. I'm done building spawns. And now we got these cool new oxygen producing corals that I really enjoy. Absolutely. And the worst part is, like, I then was like, oh man, I need more oxygen, and I also need hydrogen to run the thermonullifier. So rather than build a spawn, I was like, frick it, I'm just gonna ranch plug slugs. They excrete hydrogen. I'm done. No spawns. Death to spawns. And then I was like, they need metal. Oh, okay, I'm gonna ranch some ore hulls. This brand new stupid turtle that makes basically infinite iron, and I'm gonna feed the iron into the slugs, and the slugs will make the hydrogen. And that's been going on for 500 cycles, and it's fine. Everything is fine. Do a lot of single dupe runs too, so I can get away with the pip planted oxyferns, but now baby coral me up. Dude, the corals are so sweet. You know what? Wait, is this erupting, so it's good. The corals are so cool, and like, this is the very simple version of it that I use, which is you know, fill this up, run the lights rather than having to run like the beacons or whatever. Just run a couple of lights, you get enough lux to run it, and then auto pipe in the sand and the salt water. Not the sand, the lime and the salt water. And this will produce plenty. And what happens is, to save on lime, so it doesn't use it, when the pressure gets high enough, we send a signal through a buffer that cuts off the lime supply and the water supply to these corals, and it turns off the lights, so we save power. So we're not over pressurizing, because these things can over pressurize like nobody's business. Back in the original asteroid, before we abandoned it, after disaster, this basically ran us for probably 200 cycles of oxygen, and then this was our suit supplying oxygen system. This whole building right here would pipe up a bunch of oxygen to be ran into machines. It's pretty good. You have the underwater light producers too. It's great. It's cool. I like that. I created a dedicated room, just let overpressure and lit them up with cut lumen quartz and pumped the oxygen out of the room. That's almost what I'm doing here. I'm using the jelly lights. It's kind of fine. It works out. And then we pump from the top here. Add a module. Wait, its current height is 6. So I have room for 10. That's 5. That's 5. Base above the rocket is blocked. Oh. Lame. I'm definitely guilty of using pit planting. I've never done it. I've never done it. I've always been a very like Factorio, satisfactory, industrial minded player when it comes to games like this. So I find myself often not doing like ranching and farming. This has been the exception this run. We're doing more ranching than I've ever done. Free resources for industry. Yeah, but you still have to like deal with the silly goofballs, right? All right, add a module, cartographic module, build. Problem solved. Rocketry, gantry. Something tells me. Is this gonna need power? No. $1.5 star maxes X's per cycle. That's fine. Oh no, did I? Shit. I borked up. I messed it up. I messed it up. No, everything's fine there. So wait, I need to make a battery inside here, I guess. Do I? Wait. Run the fridge. Go like this. Like this, like that, and then it's every tile is full once we fill that up. So steel, plastic, maybe like pemmican and something else, maybe like a bissolite, because we need to I need to like go here and see what's there, check out what these are, check out what that is. And I need to do some space cartography, you know? All right, I'm pretty happy at the quality of the YouTube stream. That's making me quite pleased. Things seem to be working well. All right, fertilizer. 7 in. I'm assuming at some point we're gonna have to run a some kind of like dump system, like a gas filter type thing, but food wise, mixed berry pie, 37,000 kilocalories, which is perfect. I think what we want. Excellent fruit. I'm just gonna reject all. I don't actually want to eat that fruit sitting there. I was just gonna turn into a rot pile. Go. That'll get around to working eventually. Does the... Hold on, I want to see something real quick. Where's my phone? Here's my phone. Normally I don't like to... Oh, yeah. That's fine. That's fine. Bam, 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 bam. I'm checking to see the quality of the stream on a different device. Like I said, today is the first day I've done YouTube streaming. So I want to make sure it works well. People able to set the... Yeah, the quality looks good too. Perfect. So yeah. I just want to make sure that... because up until now, I've been able to do pretty consistently high quality Twitch streaming. So we've had it at 1440p and everything is like, you know, relatively good. And I just want to make sure that if I'm going to be streaming to YouTube more, it's going to be equal quality. Irrigation. So the problem... So this is a passive loop. Where? Oh, over here? I've been dumping all of my excess over there. Okay. And that bridges onto that, which is also a passive loop. So what I really want to do is take this pump and run that. Over here. Which I can't do with this double line. We go up, over, down, in like that. There we go. All right, we'll bridge like so. And that should add polluted water from here, which has been overflowing a bunch anyways, and it should dump it into these reservoirs to be used as irrigation. All right. Things are going uncharacteristically well. Oh, I was like, there was a baby one here, I swear. Where'd they go? Never mind. Honestly, I want to be like topped up on the ore holes. Those guys are pretty dang good. Unreachable build? You don't say. And then that should pipe everything over. All right, let me go hang tight just a bit. I'm gonna go grab another energy drink. I'm gonna need it. Yeah, I'm gonna need it. So hang tight. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Yeah. Alrighty, we're back. I feel like I've been going a lot longer today, but I'm pretty short. Cheers to everybody. All right. Well, sweet. Those are running okay. Wait, are there? Is there enough natural gas there? Oh, it's mostly carbon dioxide. Is that right? No, there's just one tile of it. All right. Let's go solve this little problem. I was wondering why they wouldn't go down and collect all this, or sweep that up, mop that up. The answer was there was no ladders to do that with. Okay, so we can launch and we can cartograph now, I guess. The main issue is the lack of power. Means we need like either the battery or the solar. Add a module. No room to add a module. Can't add the battery. So the nose cone is going to save us one height. How do I rocket power outfit fitting rocket platform, payload opener, meteor blaster. Automatically links when built to the side of a rocket platform or any rocket port extension. I don't know what that does. Be built further apart. So what we could do is we could change out the, I mean, what do we need to run the power for anyways, really? Nothing? Don't need the power for bed, don't need the power for the toilet. Don't really need the power for the refrigerator, especially if we use pemmican. These storage tiles, it's probably a no. Got plenty of gas piping in. liquid to run the toilet. Let's mop that up just in case. That's still above temperature. It's so weird. That is a very cold steam turbine. We are rejecting all. All right, so pretty interesting setup we have here. We need to do a big, honestly, probably we just need to build a steam rocket, or God, I want to do like something crazy like liquid hydrogen, but I can't because I need gold to make super coolant. Yeah. And that's why I want to get to another asteroid, is I want to see if we can find one that has something, some interesting stuff on it that we can use. All right, so that means that tomorrow, if we're playing Oni, we're probably going to be spending that time doing like rocketry setup. We got our sulfur thing fixed. We fixed the food. We balanced. I didn't mean to close the game. Oops. Oh well, that was an accident. But I'm gonna go ahead and call it there for the evening. I know it's only 6.5 hours. We usually stream at least 8, but this last couple of days my sleep schedule's been a little wonky. So I'm gonna go ahead and send y'all off elsewhere. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me today. I appreciate every single one of you. It's been so great having you here, playing some Auction Not Included, getting some, honestly, some pretty good progress. Tomorrow, we're probably going to do another early stream, and it'll probably be one of like 4 different games, but I haven't really decided yet which ones. One thing I kind of want to do lately is do a little more like guess the movie, guess the game, either as a before or end of stream thing, just to keep the brain fresh and tingly. So yeah. With that, I'm going to go ahead and see what is happening out there. If you were joining us on YouTube for our very first YouTube stream ever, we're YouTube live streaming for the first time, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. We'll be closing out that stream because I don't think the raid does anything for Twitch. So thanks again for joining us from YouTube. It's part of the process now, so we should be doing it every time, which is good. I look forward to seeing you guys in the future. If you aren't already, feel free to subscribe on YouTube, which is not a subscribe on Twitch. Different, no money required. And I'm going to be trying to do a little bit more as far as videos go, and making live streaming on both platforms part of the process. So thanks for being here. All right.